All right, I am calling to order the closed session part, the public part of the closed session of our regular board meeting of September 13th. Can I get a roll call?
Yes. Trustee Boyd,
Here.
Trustee Davidson,
Here.
Trustee Doss,
Here.
thank you. Vice President Duran,
Here.
President Hinckley,
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
All right, so everyone's here. I'd like to open for public comment on closed session items. I do see a guest here. If they would like to speak, they can raise their hand.
Oh, that's actually me. I'm logged in on the other side.
All right, raise your hand, Julie. All right.
Sorry.
So it says guest, guest, guest.
Yep, that's me.
All right. So
Here, I'll raise my hand so that you can see. Maybe.
maybe you can't raise your hand twice.
I'm there.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. So seeing no other members of the public here, we will now convene to close session and come back to this meeting at 7 o'clock unless closed session goes over, and then you'll put up a sign saying when we'll be back. All right. So we're going to now reconvene in closed session. See everyone there. So can we get a roll call for the regular board meeting of Tuesday, September 13th? You're muted.
Sorry, thank you. Student trustee Garcia Bustamante, I believe, is absent tonight. The record. Student trustee Dana. Here. Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson. Here. Trustee Doss. Okay. Vice President Duran.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. I'll now, for those who would like to join me, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are missing one of our student board members, but Trustee Dana, could you read our mission and vision statement? And then
Yep.
we'll take the norms, unless you want to do all of it.
I mean, I'm fine with whatever. I can I can do both if that's easier.
Sure.
But the mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student. The meeting norms are as follows. 1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. 3, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. And 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Great, thank you. There was no action taken tonight in closed session. Can I get a motion to approve our agenda for tonight's meeting?
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
Okay. Student trustee Dana.
Yes.
President Hinckley, we start with you.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Doss. Absent. Vice President Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The motion agenda is approved unanimously, and we have a recognition for tonight, which is resolution number 2022-2305, recognizing October as Special Education Awareness Month. And I think Dr. Biggs is going to introduce this.
Oh, thank you so much, President Hinckley. We're going to be brief. I think, the big thing for us this evening is just to say, thank you to the community for being here this evening. And thank you, Dr. Wells, for leading the charge. We have spent a lot of time in the district supporting our students with special education. Last year, we had an amazing resolution for identifying a certain date for, I think it was in December, for acknowledging our legislation for special education. But this year, in collaboration with the Albany Disability Squad, we are proposing and recommending to the board that October is going to be Disability Awareness Month, really recognizing our students with diverse learning needs within the district. And that is really the purpose for today's resolution. And we're not going to go through everything in the resolution, but really just saying that we're really excited that Albany is willing to recognize our students with diverse learning needs in the month of October. And for families and community members that are here tonight, we are going to be starting the month off early in September for supporting all our students with diverse learning needs with a get together on September 18th at Cornell Elementary, which we're really excited about in collaboration with the Albany Disability Squad.
Great. Did you want to have parts of it read or?
Well, I didn't know what the sequence was for tonight. I know we had conversation before about not reading all parts, but we can definitely dive into it. I know that the resolution has been here for the public, but we'd love to dive into it if everyone is ready for it.
Entirely up to you.
Yeah, the reason why we gave the summary is so that we don't dive in it. So we didn't mean to give a summary and dive into it. And so the plan was give a summary, and then folks can make some comments and we move on.
Great. Well, why don't we then first vote on the resolution, and then we can see if there are comments. So I'll open it to a motion for this resolution. Oh, you might want to leave that up there.
Sorry.
Okay.
I move that we approve resolution 2022-23-05, recognizing October as Special Education Awareness Month.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss? Absent. Vice President Doran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes. So the recognition passes unanimously, and let's make sure that it gets sent out in our community newsletter as well. And now I'll open it up to any comments. We do have one public comment, which I'm going to assume is on this item, but apologies if not. So I'll wait for the timer. All right, we'll start with Jeremiah.
Thank you. Good evening. So recently I've networked with the Berkeley Food Network, and they have so much coffee, Starbucks coffee, enough for the schools in Albany to have, for the teachers to have coffee for the rest of the school.
Excuse me, Mr. Jeremiah.
Is this a
Mr.
comment
Jeremiah?
on, excuse me, Dr. Wells, thanks. Is this a comment on the resolution, Jeremiah, or is this for general public comment?
This is for this agenda item.
For the resolution on Special Education Month?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Where was I? Berkeley Food Network.
Coffee.
Yep. Has enough coffee for the rest of the school year. And I spoke with the manager of the Albany High School cafeteria. I do forget her name at the moment. But her office is right inside the cafeteria to the left. And she had an idea that possibly the high school special education class would be able to make the coffee for the teachers this year. And so I was just throwing that out there if anybody was listening, possibly the special education teacher at Albany High School. Maybe we can get in touch. And so that way the special education class could make the coffee for the school teachers this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I know that program has been happening in the past. In fact, that was one of my favorite spotlights when the class from the middle school came and showed us how they make the coffee. So thank you for sharing. Go ahead, Neri.
Good evening, board. First and foremost, thank you for passing this resolution. I'll try to be quick before I get Oscared out of these comments. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Trustee Doss. It appears that he's not here today, but he was the initial impetus for this resolution last year. and he's the one that started working with us in order to make this happen, and therefore opened the window and the door for us to have this resolution pass this time, celebrating a whole month rather than just one day of the year. I'd also like to thank Trustee Doss again and Trustee Boyd for their continued service in the AUSD Special Education Advisory Committee. Dr. Wells for making the right and the brave choice to bring Dr. Biggs here as Director of Special Education. Thanks to Dr. Biggs for the progress you have made thus far in the short 1 year that you've served as Director. This is certainly just the beginning, but it's a great beginning. And of course, I'd like to thank my colleagues in the Albany Disability Squad, without whom a lot of this work wouldn't be possible. And the resolution hopefully will be communicated to the entire district community, not just here in this tiny forum. And to celebrate Special Education Awareness Month, Dr. Biggs already mentioned the family get-together this coming Sunday at Cornell, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We also have a USD candidate forum on September 28th, Wednesday at 6:30 p.m., and then a film screening of Crip Camp, followed by a Q&A with Uncopolo advocate and co-director Jim Lebrick. And there I did it before it ended. Thank you very much.
Good job. All right, that is all of our public comment on this item. If there's no board comment, we'll move to our consent calendar. So I'll take a motion on our consent calendar for tonight, or questions about any items on there.
I move that we approve our consent calendar for this evening.
Second.
Student Trustee Dana,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Doss, I see you. Thank you. Vice President Doran,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes,
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Thank you.
great. The consent calendar is approved unanimously, and we move to superintendent and board members reports, starting with you, Dr. Wells.
Thank you this evening. Momentarily, you would have on your big screen a few items that I just want to spend a moment to talk about. This past Sunday, as you all know, we had the annual, what we call the annual Solano Stroll. It was very spirited, as you can see the pictures. Our booth was full of excitement and joy, and it was a team effort. A number of our principals filled the seats this Sunday and entertained a number of parents and questions. And for many of the students who came by, some selected to come on in and have some yogurt or an orange or tangerine or something sweet. We were able to get some business taken care of there. As you see, this year we have our new and exciting, very respectable placement. I don't know the official name, but that was really neat. And it was a joy to be there, the 46th annual Solano Stroll. As you all know, unfortunately, we were not able to have such an event in the last 2 years. So people came out, live music, lots of good food, and neighbors and friends just interacting and networking and being free again out and about. And so yay for the Solano Stroll and all those who participated and came on out. I happened to interact with a number of staff members and parents during my shift, and it was nothing but a joy. ATA negotiations update, tentative agreement. Yes, the rumors you've been hearing are true. We do have a tentative agreement with ATA. We had a long, arduous, if you will, negotiations last Wednesday. and we left about 7 p.m. We started in early a.m. and ended in the late p.m. And we left with an agreement that we thought was very respectable on all sides. And it was through a very transparent process where we opened up the books and said, hey, here's what we have, here's what we can offer, and here's what we can't offer, and here's what we're willing to do. Both teams were really appreciative of the collaborative spirit to negotiate from an interest base for the most part, doing what we thought was best for kids and staff. We even took a short break and had lunch together, our team with their team, because we believe at the end of the day, we're professionals and we don't always have to agree on everything, but we must agree on the most important thing, and that is providing a quality education experience for all of our children. And so with that agreement, we were able to build upon that. So yes, we do have a tentative agreement scheduled to come before the board at our next meeting, Tuesday, September 27th. Now, next slide, yes. Just a reminder of some of our initiatives that are going forward is our multi-tier systems of support, also known as MTSS. And we have two sides of the house. One is academic and the other one is social and emotional supports. And so it deals with three basic levels. What do you give all kids? And then what do you give those kids who are not making adequate progress when they go to the second level? And then after having those kind of interventions, what do you give in terms of intense intervention to make sure all of our kids have their needs met through an equity approach where you move from equity just being a word and a phrase that's popular to it being a practice that we live by. In addition to that multi-tier system of support, MTSS, we also have our UDL. And so what is UDL? And I'm so glad you all asked. UDL is Universal Design Lessons, UDL. And what does that really mean? It means that we have lessons that give all kids, regardless of their academic level and skill set, access to instruction. We use what we call the academic taxonomy of rigor, and you have 6 basic levels. One is the basic one is to be able to recall stuff, and that's the lowest level. And then to be able to understand. Historically, as a teacher, once kids understand, boom, we go on to the next level. And we don't do that anymore. We go deep. And then we want kids to be able to take that understanding and have it apply. And so you engage in application. How do you use what you understand and apply it? And that's when you get into the rigor part. And then next you have synthesize and then evaluate and then create. Now, evaluate and create, which are the 2 top levels of rigor, is a great debate across the country. And let's say between Cal and Stanford. Cal says evaluate should be the highest level, and Stanford says create should be the highest level. Regardless of where you land, we agree that those 2 elements are the highest level. And so we wanted to make sure folks had a better understanding about this UDL initiatives that they've been hearing. Next slide. That is a major part of the superintendent report, but we have a surprise announcement. And so, we work and engage in some very serious stuff, and it's important to have a work and our commitment life balance. And we wanted to take advantage of an opportunity to acknowledge one of our school board trustees tonight. Even though it's her birthday tonight, Trustee Vice President Clementina Duran, I wanted to take a moment, if you will, to join me in singing her a brief happy birthday. Is that okay? On 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. I can't sing, so help me out, please. Happy birthday. You got to get off mute. That's what it is.
I'm going to unmute everybody.
Okay, on 3, let's try it again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Clementina.
Happy birthday.
Love you
Thank
guys,
you.
but that might be the worst Zoom birthday song I've ever heard.
Thank you for your dedication on your birthday. Even on your birthday, you're here committing to kids first. You don't have to talk about it. You're here being about it. And for that, I want to thank you for your continual unwavering service to our kids first and foremost. Happy birthday to you. Madam Chair, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Great, thank you. I just have a quick report. I really enjoyed the middle school open house. It's great to have these activities, not open house, back to school night, and looking forward to the high school back to school night tomorrow. Really nice to have these activities happening again. Yesterday, the Environmental Action Plan Committee met. I actually missed the very beginning of the meeting, so Trustee Davidson might have a bit more to add, but we're really looking forward to organizing a public workshop to discuss our environmental action plan that people have been working on for a couple years now. And that will be sometime in October, probably the middle of October. So we're going to really try to get a lot of public participation on that. So keep an eye out for news on that. And then the big news is this is our last, well, I should knock on a lot of wood. This is our last Zoom meeting for the foreseeable future. Our next regular board meeting on September 27th will be back in person at City Hall. And I know that I'm looking forward to it. So there will be more news about how the public can continue to participate. One of the reasons it's taken us so long to get back in person is because we want to maintain that option for people to call in and comment during the meeting rather than having to come in person, both because I think it makes it a lot easier for people to juggle responsibilities with participating, and also because it's understandable that some people might not be comfortable coming into a closed room. So really looking forward to that, and I hope everyone will bear with us as we try to juggle live public comment on the computer, in-person public comment, our own logistics and mask wearing and everything, but I'm really looking forward to having that back in person. And that's it from me. So on to Vice President Duran.
Okay, first, thank you so much. You're all so very kind. Maybe though we should all of us stick to our night jobs, which, but I thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness and your kindness. Two items tonight, basically. One is I did attend Ocean View Back to School Night, and it was wonderful. The family feeling, there was so many parents in attendance. It was really nice to see, and listening to the teachers talk about their program. It took me back like 40 years maybe to when I was a classroom teacher. So it was great to be there with the Ocean View staff. And the second thing I wanted to mention is more a reminder that tomorrow is the safety task force that's going to be meeting beginning at 4:30 on Zoom. And I just wanted to mention again that, one of my jobs I've taken on is to walk around Albany High School and the middle school. And I have walked around other schools as well, including El Cerrito High School and Berkeley High School. And just wanted to mention that those school sites are tight like a bug in a rug. You can't get in them unless you go through one narrow door. And so I think it's something for us to think about when we think about the safety of our students and staff. And what I just wanted to sort of hope is that the teachers, custodians, campus supervisors will participate in this task force, because you're the ones that know your schools the best. And I think you can give us an earful about your ideas about what we need to do to ensure the safety of everybody. So look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you. Trustee Doss.
Hello. I'm glad that we're going back in person. That'll be exciting. I went to the middle school back to school night and just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody that played a role in making that an amazing event. It was nice to see the classes and to kind of go from class to class. And I think the teachers did a great job presenting. So thank you to the teachers and everybody involved that put that together. That was a great night. And that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Two things. So I'll just share that we had our first meeting of the Special Education Advisory Committee last week, which was really wonderful, full of ideas. I was note-taking the entire time. It was wonderful to be back talking about these really important issues, some of which I imagine will be discussed in the context of our goals going forward. But just some things that I'll highlight that I thought were really exciting and important ideas that we touched on, the importance of focusing on how we retain our special education providers, what sort of support it's necessary and important to provide to them, compensation and otherwise, to make sure that we're not, turning over and staff and teachers as we move forward and losing the ability for the relationships and the learning that happen between teachers as well as between students and their teachers and staff. Also, and this was a big thing that we talked about at length, which is just so important, the importance of a real cultural shift where we recognize that our district is not working in the way that it needs to unless it's working for all of our students, and really diving into what that means and how we accomplish that. And again, that is something that is very much something that needs to be a focal point, in my opinion, as we talk about goals moving forward for the district. So I very much appreciated that discussion, talking about alignment across the different sites, especially with regard to how special education services are being provided to our students, but in all ways, really, so that if you're whatever elementary school site you're at, for instance, that there's not going to be any sort of wide difference as far as the services that you're receiving and the way that your student is learning, that we're going to have real cohesion across those sites. Not to say that there isn't cohesion now, but we can always improve, and we talked a little bit about that. And just about the importance of really having a roadmap for UDL and a target to increase inclusion at all of our school sites. Again, toward a district goal, I would hope, and something that we talked about really focusing on as we move forward in the meetings of the Special Education Committee to sort of chart that progress and see some real sort of tangible successes, hopefully, at the end of this year. And then we talked about co-teaching and the possibility for trying to have general education teachers and special education teachers, even if just in certain pilot ways or, just where it works, and we understand the difficulty and the complexity of making those relationships work. But if they can work well, the possibility of all of the learning and the community and the great benefit that will come to general education teachers, special education teachers, and all of our students in all of our classes. So really wonderful meeting, so many great ideas, happy to be a part of it and happy to continue to support that progress going forward. And then I got to attend the first Marin PTA meeting of the school year, and just really very much appreciated the new board members at the PTA, and will make a plug for anyone who's not already volunteering or serving, in your school, classroom, in the district, however, just to see what you can do to support your local PTA, whichever one it is. Just so many wonderful services that the PTA supports and brings for the community, building community, which is so important, especially as we try to refigure out how to be all around each other again after difficult times away and kind of isolated. Supporting, I think we talked about in the last meeting, approving the contract for away, the 4th and 5th graders getting to do their outside of the school time away for a few days, and the importance of that. PTA is supporting scholarships for families that can't make that happen on their own, and because there is, a significant cost associated with that. And, sponsoring, and I imagine student trustee Dana might have this in her report, but the Marin International Potluck, which is coming back this Friday evening after many years away, which will have performances as well as food and community on the Portland campus. So just really appreciated and want to salute and acknowledge the people who are stepping up at all the PTAs, but I was just at the Marin PTA. So at the Marin PTA to make those programs strong and to support assemblies as well, and noontime, lunchtime activities, often that are focused on diversity and equity, which is so important. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
So I also attended some back to school nights. I went to the Cornell one, and it was so exciting to get to sit in a classroom desk and see the teachers present. And I can tell that the kids are having a great year because their teachers are thrilled to be there. There's just this like positive energy this year, and people seem so happy. And they presented some great things from the PTA as well. There are some really cool initiatives through that school site. They're trying a new fundraising campaign called One, and I've heard it's successful and it's going pretty well. So they'll just ask for fundraising donations one time this year instead of lots of times. There's some excitement getting ready for some fall activities. And also, I stopped by the middle school back to school night briefly, and oh my goodness, so many parents there, so many people. And Mr. Mates was there greeting everyone, asking if you needed directions, knew where you were going. And it was, again, just such a warm welcome and an inviting entry into it. And I could tell that parents were really excited. And then just the, Cornell had their kindergarten, sorry, I'm reading it, the kindergarten family meet and greet, and it was really well attended and people were really happy to be there. I heard that they kind of spilled out from the small yard and onto the bigger yard and enjoyed that new space as well. And there, I don't know, I'm sorry, Allison, what you have of this. I'm going to try and hope I don't overlap with you. They're having their parent meeting next Thursday for the 4th grade Camp Campbell trip, and that will be on Thursday the 22nd in the multi-purpose room. And the staff and the principal and the parents are all very excited that in-person field trips are coming back this year. And when one teacher asked in a classroom, well, make sure you have your paperwork in to be a driver. And I said, some of us already do. And there was this sigh of relief that some of us already knew the process and had done that. So if you haven't, start your volunteer paperwork now so you're ready as a parent. And then the final things, there is the first Saturday in the garden. It happens the first Saturday of every month. And so the next one is October 1st from 1 to 3. And tomorrow morning is community time. So everyone's welcome to stay on the yard and join the community time and learn the Cornell Coyote cheer.
Thank you. Student board member report.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Trustee Davidson and Trustee Boyd, for covering those topics. So my report can be a little bit shorter. But there was our first student advocacy meeting, which was held yesterday. And we had 50 interested students, and a good number of them showed up yesterday, and we're still getting those few stragglers that clicked no on their calendar invite, but there was only like 3 of them. So it was very well attended. And everyone, like the energy is very positive. I see the same energy in that setting as I do, I assume, in the back to school nights, as you've been seeing, Trustee Davidson. And then for Albany High School, like many have said, back to school night is tomorrow. I think it starts at 7, and counselors and leadership students are also going to be going into IHS classes for an annual 9th grade pep talk. These are informational sessions, and they'll be on Thursday and Friday, and they'll come in when the 9th graders have their IHS class. And And then leadership students will also be participating in back to school night. So watch for them if you need any help, because Albany High School is a large campus. As Trustee Duran was saying, there's a lot of like entrances and exits and things going on there. So if you need any help, the people wearing the red shirts are your guides. And then for Albany Middle School, progress reports are due tomorrow, September 14th, and then September 20th is Makeup Picture Day. And then I also had the Marin Potluck and other events, but those have already been covered. I just shout out for the Marin Potluck. I went to one of those around 7 years ago, and it was very fun. And so I highly recommend that you attend. Yeah, that's all for tonight. Thank you so much, President Hinckley.
Thank you. And that concludes our board reports, and we now move to public comment on matters not on the agenda. Great. And just as a reminder, we're not able to comment or respond to comments made during this, but we are listening. So thank you in advance for your comments. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Oh, good evening, everybody. I would just like to say to this entire committee, thank you so very much. Last meeting, or maybe the meeting before, when I got to have the the group from One Pill Can Kill campaign to speak and make public comment, those parents, and I just appreciate you being so nice to them. And if you need any more of their contact information, I'd love to share that with you or forward it with you. And thank you for being so welcoming to those parents. And it's such a great thing possibly to bring that high school assembly to Albany High School. And I know there's some details to work out about that, but I think it's a great awareness for the high schoolers and just community members in general to know what's going on out there. We don't want to lose any students to anything. And so that was just a wonderful experience. I was really surprised how well they were accepted. So thank you, Superintendent Wells. I really appreciate you and your kind comments, and everybody else as well. Thank you so much. And so also a couple things are, Solano Stroll was great. I got to meet a couple high school students. I believe it was the vice president of leadership or the student leaders, and also some student from the Consider the Homeless Club. And so it was so nice to be able to kind of network with the students and raise awareness about the needs in Albany for the homeless, and what they can do to volunteer and help out the homeless. And also, I would just like to say also on here that this Friday, which is the third Friday of the month, and every first and third Friday of the month, there is a food bank. And it's in the Albany High School cafeteria. And I believe it starts at 1:30 and goes till about 2:30 or 3. And I just want to say, thank you, Brian Doss, for attending. That was really nice to see you there. You're so familiar with the school district and everything that goes on there. It was nice to see your face. And I just want to invite everybody else. And it's great that this goes out to the parents on the email.
Great, thank you. Next is Shailaja. There you go.
Hi, I hope I'm on the right time. My name is Shaila Srinivasan. I'm
afraid you're
kindergartner and fourth grade. Can you hear me?
Sorry, your audio was breaking up. Maybe start again.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Hi, my name is Shailaja Srinivasan. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist and a parent of a kindergartner and fourth grader in Albany schools. As a pediatrician, I just wanted to stress the importance of proactively addressing the consequences of climate change that are adversely affecting our children. Specifically, our children are uniquely vulnerable to heat stress because of anatomic and physiological differences compared to adults. And to highlight a few differences, children have a higher basal metabolic rate, higher surface area to mass ratio, resulting in a greater area of heat absorption, as well as a lower rate of sweating, making them more vulnerable. In addition, student athletes are the most vulnerable, and the CDC reports that heat illness is a leading cause of morbidity in high school athletes in the United States. Therefore, I think it's essential that the district proactively take measures to help mitigate and prevent these adverse effects in our children in the future, including simple measures that can go a very long way, including ensuring adequate shaded areas for rest, adequately functioning cooling systems in the classroom, making hydration stations easily available, accessible, and plans to reschedule sports and physical activity to cooler parts of the day when temperatures do get very hot, as they are getting more often now than they did in the past. So thank you so much to the board and the district for giving attention to this very important issue.
Great, thank you. And I believe that's all of our public comment. Yes. All right, so we now move to our first review and action item, which is the 2021-22 unaudited actuals financial report.
Hey, good evening, board, Superintendent Wells, and Albany community. So this is an annual report, and let's see, Ms. Shen, if you can pull the item for me.
Oh, sure. CBO Kim, did you have a presentation, or did you want me to just, okay, I don't know that I have that.
Okay, so maybe I'll just do the presentation because it's the backup is straightforward. So let me just move to the presentation right away.
Okay, thank you.
That might be a good idea.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. So this is 21-22 unaudited extra financial report. So by September 15th of each year, school districts are required to submit an audited actual report for the previous fiscal year to the County Office of Education. So that means this report is for 21-22. And I would like to say that this is the only actual numbers I bring to the community and to the board. The other like interim reports, they are all projected numbers, which is the budget. So this report will be audited by our district's independent auditor and report out to the board in January. Okay. So the impact to this current year, 22-23. So closing books of last fiscal year affects the beginning balance of 22-23. Now we have a good balance to start this current year, right? The extra fund balance for all funds along with the balance sheet accounts are updated and adjusted. And this adjustment will be seen in the first interim report for 22-23. Now we have a solid beginning balance, right? So we can adjust all the numbers for this current year. Any carryover funds, there is some of maybe like about $200,000-300,000 of the COVID money are posted for the new year after the board accepts our unaudited action report. So those carried over money, we're going to talk about it. There's some lottery money as well for the textbooks. Okay, so this is for the last fiscal year's financial highlights. So this is a really great news. The district was funded based on 1920 actual ADA of 3484. If we were going to use this 21-22 ADA, it was going to be 3495, which is about 89 students less than this number. So this is really great that we got to use 1920 ADA. And the one-time federal and state funding for the COVID was recorded about $4 million in 2021. And again, $2.8 million was recorded as expenditure in 21-22. So we have about 6.8 COVID spending so far as of June 30th, 22. And another great celebration we received a state facility funding grant of $10 million. So this spending plan was approved by the board in December 2021. So we can go back and review the plan. The about $5.7 million we are going to spend for Marine Elementary School. So that was a really great win for us. Now, this one, this is higher expenditure in special ed programs. So we are going to go over this little later on with the numbers. Okay, so this is the combined general fund. We have many funds, but this general fund is really what we call operation fund or operating fund. So in general fund, we have unrestricted and restricted money. So let's go over the restricted money first. Restricted funds include lottery revenues, special education, Title 1, 2, 3, or any one-time federal and state COVID money, meaning that when the state and Fed give us the money, there is a restriction that what we can use, and time restriction or the purpose restriction. So this is kind of like set aside money for the purpose. Now let's go to the unrestricted part. So this is the first column, restrict money. So this is really what we can do in any operations, okay? And really meaning unrestricted. We can use for like utilities or salary negotiations or anything that we can really do to operate our K-12 operations. So here you will see that we actually had this column here, net decrease of $1.7 million for the unrestricted general fund. So that's something that I'm going to go over a little bit later. Okay, in the next slide. So here is unrestricted general fund, because let's really focus on restricted fund. Okay, so we had a budget that we thought we were going to have about $500,000 net loss. But actually, we came with about $1.7 million net loss. So there is a variance of $1 million too. So this is a big variance. And we have special ed director, Dr. Big, and he can speak a little bit about these big variances from the special ed. Let's see if Dr. Big is ready.
Thank you, CEO Kim. Yeah, I think last year has been such an anomaly for us in the role of education, and specifically special education. We had many costs that were not foreseen, from staffing to the outstanding assessments that we were trying to reconcile from the year prior during the pandemic, as well as a number of students' needs who had spiked. And, you know, when we're dealing in special education and having the opportunity to support our students, we're supporting students, you know, holistically. And some of our students' needs exceeded what we could provide in the district, and we're looking at alternative education programs for them through their IEPs. And it was much more profound this past year than in the years prior. So with dealing with the assessments to staffing to student placements in non-public schools and residential facilities, it is definitely an anomaly that we've experienced this past year, mostly due to the pandemic that has increased the cost in special education this past school year than anything else.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Big. So let me go to the next page. So here is a general fund contribution to the restricted programs and other fund. So special education general fund unrestricted money contributed about $5.7 million to support our special education program. So this is the reason also that Dr. Big mentioned that we have a higher expenditure, as you can see. Now, the second one, ongoing measure and maintenance. So this is our Director Jeffy do all the facility related items, right? So this is about 1.5 million. And this is also state federal mandated program, meaning that the state said we gotta put aside about 3% of our operation cost to the maintenance. So we are meeting that. And Albany Children's Center, we support about 36,000, 37,000. And Albany Aquatic Center. So this year also we see a big deficit there. We have about 270,000 that we supported for this program. And this is something that we are going to bring it to the board next month. And this is something that we do need to address so we don't, we are in a line with our other budget items. So this is one of the items that we do need to give some attention. Okay. So here is the historical data of financials. This is an extra number again for the general fund unrestricted. So from 2016, we've been having this net loss in unrestricted fund. In 2021 year, which is the year before, we had positive of over $2 million. It's due to closure of the schools for many months. And also we had a big COVID balance or COVID funding that we were able to utilize the COVID fund. So now in 21-22, we see the net deficit of $1.7 million. Okay. So here are other funds. District also has 9 other funds with expenditures of about totaling 56 million. So SERPA units, and we have the child development, which is ACC fund and food service, deferred maintenance, all other building and capital facilities is all construction related fund. And the $10 million will be under this county school facility fund, as you can see later on. So the SERPA, there is word for SERPA. So SERPA funds account for the pass-through revenue and disbursements. So let me just go a little detail here. Okay, so this money here in the SERPA Fund 10, the revenue comes in and it gets allocated out to other school districts. Okay, and as you can see, the revenues and the fund balance at the end. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Can you all hear me? It seems a little lagging here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So we have a big balance in building because we haven't completed our construction yet for Marine. Okay, and you can see in Fund 35, revenue right here in the second row from bottom, we received 10 million. Oops, let's see. And we spent about 127,000. We still have about 10 million to spend to address all other items that we have, including Marine. Okay. So the next one, so the next step, we are going to continue to monitor enrollment, and we will work with the Budget Advice Committee to continue identifying ways to balance district's budget in alignment with the community needs and priorities. And we will continue to communicate to the community stakeholders, including our labor partners, about our fiscal situation and strategies to balance the district's budget. Okay. And the final steps for 21-22. So this report presented tonight will be submitted to the county office and the CDE and our district auditors. And the final financial statement will be in an annual audit, and this will be presented at the January 2023 board meeting. So that's the final steps. And this is the end of the presentation.
Just a comment before we do board questions. So the this presentation was not uploaded to the agenda packet, so this is the first time the board has seen it, and it also isn't accessible to the public yet. So I do want to make sure it's added so that people can see it. It has a lot of great information that answers some of my questions about the significant variations between the last time we saw the 21-22 budget back in June. It seems like there's quite a lot to talk about, but unfortunately we didn't have some of those numbers until just now. So I just wanted to say that, I guess, just so that everyone knows. But also it means that we don't have something to look back to. So I have some questions about a couple of those specific numbers, but I'm not able to reference them because it wasn't shared with us in advance. So apologies if we ask you to bounce around in there. So I have some questions, but I'll let Trustee Davidson go first.
You can go first.
Okay. So I was, as you mentioned, there's quite a difference between the adopted budget and then these numbers, which I kind of expected, but because a lot happened last year. But it also surprised me that I spent a little time earlier today looking back at the last time we saw the projections for last year, which was in June when you brought us the budget for the current year. And at that point, you were projecting a deficit of, I think it was about 550 or 700,000, yeah, in the unrestricted. But now it's more like 1.2 million. So I heard what Dr. Biggs said about special ed, but that seems like a lot to have happened between June and so I assume what that means is, because this only covers through June 30th. So maybe could you just explain a little bit more what happened between the time that we last saw these numbers and now? What I guess more specifics about, was there staffing that happened that we weren't aware of yet? Or I'm just trying to better understand not just the deviation from the original budget, but from the numbers that you thought we were looking at in June. And maybe it's not just the special ed, because I also want to come back to the pool.
Dr. Big, if you have maybe go first.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the challenges that we experienced last year was the unforeseen expenditures that we're going to incur with our students with learning differences. And we did not anticipate some of our staff that we were going to need for the whole year. We did not anticipate that our students were going to need restricted placements for the whole year. And some of those things came as a surprise to us. And, my office trying to manage, the day-to-day operations as well as the finances with our contractors, this was a surprise to us as well. It was nothing that we can anticipate. And I truly attribute it towards the challenges that we ensued with the pandemic and returning to in-person learning. But during the last update that you received from CBO Kim, there was a lot of moving parts still that we were dealing with, and students being placed and trying to still find different supports and going back and working with families and different agencies. So it was last year was definitely an anomaly. And I know my office put a huge pain on the fiscal office because we were juggling a lot of different things in the air, trying to make sense of all the challenges with, one, just the students, and then two, the finances.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that, this was money we shouldn't have been spending. It was more, I guess, part of what I'm thinking about is when we had the budget conversation in June, we planned, the idea was that we were essentially maintaining what we thought we had spent for 21-22. We were carrying it over into the next year. And then there were some, minor staffing additions and other changes that we made. But now it looks like we were off in what we thought had happened last year. So you're saying that it's an anomaly, but I guess I'm wondering, was it really an anomaly, or do you think, I guess either of you, do you think we should be making some adjustments in the current year budget based on what we now know we actually spent last year?
That's a good question, because that's what we're grappling with now. And we're going to circle back with the board with the answer to that question. And I really appreciate it, because that is the question.
Okay, because it's a lot of money. And I know that Jackie knows exactly what she's doing. So I want to make sure that, we're having the opportunity to recalibrate if that's what we need to do. If we're looking at a different scenario in terms of how much we actually spent last year on special education or other things, then if the current year's budget was based on that, and now those numbers have changed since June, then that's something I think we should have a conversation about. So I'll come back to the pool in a minute, but Trustee Davidson, why don't you go ahead?
Well, I guess it's really challenging to look at this in the meeting right now and not have time to sort of wrap our heads around it. And I know that some of this was based on when the information came into the district and when we have to approve it, but there's some big pieces here, like there's layered questions. I want to look into our last presentation that we had on special education, and we have, okay, where did I pull it up? I was saying we have, I don't want to just zoom in on special education, but these are questions I have. We have 10 students attending non-public schools and 25 parentally and privately placed. That would be really helpful to know, was that part of this financial impact, and what portion of it is that, and how long might those go, so that we can really think about how we're planning going forward. 25 parentally placed students, is that high proportionally for a district? Am I saying more keywords in a row? But so these are just questions that I have when we're considering how this plays into the budget. And of course, we all want to spend the money that needs to be spent on the students that need it, but everything comes at a cost. And then my other question is, Jackie, you said we have 10 million still to be spent on facilities, and I was just trying to look at it and all the other things. Is that the state facility grants that are restricted, or was that 10 million unrestricted other money?
So that 10 million, okay, let's see. Let me look this up. There are two parts of money for the construction. Okay, so that's a good question here. So as of June 30th, you will see here, I can't even highlight here, Building Fund, Fund 21, about 13 million. This is our bond money that our taxpayers raise. So this is all the construction main part of money. And this 35 county school facilities money is 10 million we just received from the state. And out of this 10 million, the board approved the plan. 5.7 million is allocated to Marine. And the other, so this one expenditure, just looking at this is really the expenditures that we occurred by June 30th for the Cornell Play Yard. Okay, because this period is June 30th of 2022.
Okay, so when you said we have 10 million left to spend. That's the same 10 million that we've already voted on and approved where it's going.
That is correct.
It just hadn't gone out yet. Okay.
Did you have another question? Trustee Dana.
Wait, I'm confused. So we spent 5 million for the Marin construction, and there was 10, or okay, you're shaking your head. I'm like confused.
Sure. So 10 million we received from the state, and then board approved 5.7 million to be spent for the Marin construction, and it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so that's why it like hasn't been. And then we also have that maybe other like 4 million something. No,
we approved that for like the Cornell HVAC and the track.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all coming from that fund. Great.
That was confusing.
Thank you so much. It's like
Trustee Alderson and Dana, the 10 million and 5.7 that was reserved for out of that fund for Marin was additional money for Marin. We already had 30-something million go, and we added some additional money, and that was part of the additional money we added.
I remember that part. Yeah, I just know if like all of that was in that one 10 million fund, or if the Cornell thing was a different. Yeah.
And then 4 million, Trustee Dana just mentioned, is not showing up here because this is an actual number, right? Not budgeted number, and we haven't received the 4 million yet. So you don't see it anywhere here. So that's gonna be extra that we are gonna see it soon.
Okay, great. And then is that restricted or unrestricted?
That we actually brought the plan to the board. I have to double check. So yeah, for that money.
Cool.
I'm not sure exactly how. I think we kind of introduced to the board, but I don't think it was like confirmed. So I gotta go back and check.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Vice President Duran.
CBO Kim, I kind of wanted to ask you, basically, I like to hear about extra money or unspent money. And you had mentioned COVID monies. You mentioned lottery monies. And we also had a large COLA for this coming year. At what point will the board be discussing this money in terms of, because we obviously have a lot of student needs that probably every board member could start rattling off some important projects or things that need to be done for students specifically. And so I wanted to know if you have dates in mind already for that.
Sure, I can address a few things there. So for the COVID money, the board has been approved the COVID money. I believe it was the previous fiscal year, so maybe like about a year ago from today. So that money is already spoken for, or the COVID money. And then you mentioned lottery money. So lottery money, because of COVID, I think what happened is our assistant soup back then, Ms. Williams, was going to bring a lot of textbook adoption, but that didn't happen because of COVID. So in that year, 1920, the textbook adoption didn't happen. 2021, the textbook adoption didn't happen. So then this year, actually 2021, we had a lot of purchase for the textbooks, new textbooks. But still, I think we are still in a catching up stage that we still have some money left. But I think what I understand is our assistant soup, Dr. Sin, is working on those like spending money, because spending money is actually really great for our students, right, in the classroom. So Dr. Sin is working on that. So those monies are all spoken for, right? Because it's restricted money that they give us the money for that purpose. And then COLA is really, one more item, COLA that you mentioned is really unrestricted, that that can be used for any operations, because I know we have higher pension costs, health benefits, and also utilities really went up a lot. Like, as you can see in your like house bill, the utilities cost really went up a lot. And also the ATA, with the ATA tentative agreement that we can use for the, from the COLA that we have.
So the other additional money is, you are bringing a proposal to us in, I can't remember when we are hoping to do that. The money that appeared in the state budget after we had already adopted the 22-23 budget. So that, do you remember what date we decided to bring that forward?
I believe it's the first meeting in October.
Okay. And when does the first interim come to us?
Before December 15th. So it's the legal deadline. So December 13th for us.
So I think what would be helpful, and maybe this may well be what you're already planning on doing, but when you bring us that proposal in October, that we could maybe then have this discussion about, given that there's so much variation between what the budget looked like when we passed this year's budget and looking at these actuals, then maybe we can dig into some of the, if there's a need to sort of readjust our expectations, or if you're making some new estimates based on what our actuals ended up being, given that there's that significant variation. I think that would be good to discuss in October, as we're also discussing how to deal with this additional funding. And by then we'll have also the possibly ratified agreement with the bargaining units, so that can be built in as well. Great. Vice President Duran, did you have another question? So I just wanted to ask, I know you're bringing to us a pool proposal and financial report. I think it's, I can't remember again when it was scheduled for, but that possibly in October, along with a proposed fee increase. Is it also possible to consider creating a separate fund, or at least to create the routine of having a separate pool budget reported to us regularly every time we have budget reports? Because I think, I'm concerned. That's, we spent $250,000 to keep our pool going last year. We've talked about this before. I know everyone's a little concerned about it, but I think the number ended up being a little bit more than we thought. And I know things have still been a little up and down this year. So how best can the board stay on top of that situation in order to decide at what point we need to have a conversation about whether the school district needs another partner in the pool, whether we rethink how we're overseeing it? Because it kind of feels now like this thing that the board isn't given any opportunity to oversee, and yet we're spending a lot of educational funding on it. So what do you think is the best way for us to be able to be more regularly checking in on how things are going before they get worse?
Sure. So actually, quarter reporting, when I bring the budget to the board, that's great. So I would love to do that. And the first meeting in October, I think we were going to bring, and we are planning to bring the pool budget and any feedback from the board, any inputs from the board, and we can move forward with any decisions that we would like to make. So that's the time that I can really go deep into the pool budget and pool action monies. And I would love to do that as well.
Great. I think that would be great. I mean, we've spent many hours discussing the Children's Center and how much we're spending on that, and we're spending much less on that. And it's much closer to our core function than the pool. So it feels a little bit like we've given a lot of focus on ACC and whether that's balancing out and not much to the pool. And to me, you know, I love the pool, but it's not core to the educational mission. It's not necessarily even serving our students. So I think there needs to be a bit more of a balance there in the attention that we're giving that in comparison to ACC. And I'm happy to see that ACC almost paid for itself last year. That's great.
And I think also it's important when we bring the budget that we bring the context and the narrative, because when we're looking at the budget, for example, with the pool, we also have to look at all those programs we didn't run that generates money because of the pandemic. And so that's important to do in context. But I agree, we need to do quarterly reports and also look at the current scenario which we're under.
Great. Any other questions or public comment? I don't see any public comment or other hands, so I will also take a motion on this item. Which, if you're wondering, is just to say that you would adopt the unaudited actual statements for last year.
I move that we adopt the unaudited financials from the 21-22 school year.
I second.
I move that we adopt the
Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Great. The motion passes unanimously, and I know this has been a completely bonkers couple of years to try to manage our budget. So really appreciate everything you're doing to keep us on track and keep us informed. So we will make sure the presentation's uploaded to the agenda packet, and we will move to our second action item, which is renewal of the variable term waiver.
Let's go to our HR Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is variable term waiver is just another one of those emergency type credentials. This one is for, in particular, our librarian at the high school. Her name is Megan Hickey. She actually comes to us with 4 years of librarian experience, though she's in a teacher librarian program that would satisfy the requirements for California credentialing. And so, yeah, not much else to say about this one. And possibly any questions?
I see no questions. I don't see any public comment.
I move that we approve the variable term waiver renewal.
Second.
Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The motion passes unanimously. And sorry, I have made a math error in my minutes here. So we move on to our review and discussion First thing is the elementary instructional materials and adoption, history, and social science.
Presentation deck, please, Ms. Shen.
I'm getting there. Sorry, Dr. Shin.
No worries. Oh, while we wait. Good evening, Superintendent Wells, Board Trustees, Albany community. I am here tonight to present our elementary educators' recommendation for history, social science, instructional materials adoption. Next slide, please. I would like to uplift and appreciate our teacher leaders who have been at the forefront of this work. Grade level teachers at all 3 sites, along with our educational technology TSA and special education assistive technology specialists, have been in collaboration throughout this process to identify the most effective and inclusive social studies instructional materials to guide teaching and learning for our K-5 teachers and students. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we will provide background information for the work that took place leading up to the instructional materials pilot. We will also review the pilot process, our elementary educators' recommendation, and our plan for future work. Next slide, please. Understanding the need to present multiple perspectives, celebrate diversity, and promote equity, our elementary teachers have been using many sources to supplement their current social studies curriculum, which was adopted more than a decade ago. Next slide, please. One of the sources that provided the greatest resource and tools to enhance the social studies curriculum has been the UC Berkeley History Social Science Project. This professional development provider works with history teachers to strengthen their instructional practice in order to provide meaningful and empowering educational opportunities for all students. Our team of educators attended a series of workshops to learn about the history social science framework and best practices strategies to deliver inclusive instruction. Next slide, please. To best articulate the focus of our work, we share the following quote from the History Social Science Framework. To achieve the important and difficult goals as set out by the History Social Science Framework, all students must have access to a robust and comprehensive history social science instructional program from the earliest grades through high school. Students must engage in inquiry-based learning, organized around questions of significance, developing their own interpretations, informed by relevant evidence. This evidence should represent a wide variety of perspectives and should be accompanied by appropriate grade level literacy support to ensure the development of a knowledgeable and engaged citizenry. Next slide, please. Here are some representative samples of the work that took place with each of our grade level team. Each team developed inquiry questions that serve as the guide to achieve learning objectives for each unit of study. Next slide, please. And last school year, the grade level teams incorporated the learning from the anti-racist teaching workshops into their unit planning. Guided by the social justice anchor standards of identity, diversity, justice, and action, our elementary teachers developed a curriculum map, incorporating the Diversify Our Narrative books and other primary sources across various content areas. Next slide, please. Through this work, it became evident that our current textbook does not provide the resources to meet our goals to provide inquiry-based learning that represents multiple perspectives. Next slide, please. In search of a textbook that can better meet our goals, we embarked on the pilot process. After some research, we identified 2 state-approved publishers, Teachers Curriculum Institute and McGraw-Hill as our 2 options. Each piloting teacher received both sets of instructional materials and implemented the program in their classrooms. During the process, our teachers took notes about their experiences along with student responses to the instruction. And following the last day of school for students, the pilot team met to discuss their assessment of the programs based on student responses and came to a conclusion on a recommendation. Next slide, please. The pilot team unanimously agreed that TCI History Alive best meets the goal of providing inquiry-based learning that represents multiple perspectives. Next slide, please. In compliance with state requirements, we recommend the official adoption of the Teachers Curriculum Institute instructional materials. TCI is one of only 5 programs that met the Instructional Quality Commission advisory criteria and the one program that our team strongly recommends. Next slide, please. Again, our team acknowledges that a textbook is only one part of a cohesive and inclusive social studies curriculum, and we are strongly committed to continuing the work of aligning to social justice standards, history social science framework, and incorporating our Don books and other primary sources to design and develop comprehensive curriculum that best meets the needs of our diverse community of learners. Next slide, please. And to reiterate the support for this recommendation, we share these graphs which serve as quantitative data that represent the survey results from our teachers. As you can see, our teachers mostly gave the highest ratings of 4s and 5s for TCI as it relates to student engagement, assessments, teacher support, and differentiation. Next slide, please. We also share feedback from our teachers, which serve as the qualitative data in support of this recommendation. As stated in one of the comments, TCI is accessible for teachers and students, developmentally appropriate, and engaging for students. Next slide, please. Also, in reviewing the program through the special education lens, it was determined that TCI's online platform has the universal design lesson features that are required for some students with learning differences and beneficial to all students. Next slide, please. As a part of the Educational Services Department mission to lead by learning, we have devised a plan to provide ongoing opportunities for professional learning, collaboration, and lesson planning. It is our goal to continue to grow our capacity to provide an excellent social studies curriculum that includes multiple perspectives, celebrates diversity, and promotes equity. Next slide, please. Once we receive our instructional materials, our plan is to develop a comprehensive curriculum by aligning our work with Trustee Duran's Voices framework, social justice standards, and incorporating Don books and primary sources. And ultimately, each grade level team will build a resources website that will house exemplary lesson plans and other resources that can be shared with all educators across our district. Last slide, please. In closing, on behalf of our team, we thank you for trusting our professional recommendation and providing approval for this adoption. Thank you for your engagement and support.
Great, thank you. Any questions, board? Yeah, Trustee Dana.
I just want to say thank you so much for putting together this presentation. It was really clear, and I would have liked to see the McGraw-Hill framework next to it, just to kind of see the comparison, see what teachers thought about that one. But the last slide kind of, I don't know, spoke what I wanted to say, and that I trust your guys' opinion, and I really like the acknowledgement towards the other initiatives and the fact that textbooks aren't just, the only thing, but I still think they're a really important part, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into sort of narrowing it down to this one.
Thank you so much, Trustee Dana. And I'm sorry I didn't include the graph, but yes, we do have the survey from McGraw-Hill, and they were mostly 2s and 3s on the rating.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shin, for this presentation. And I am excited about the prospect of progress in this area, such an important one, the idea of using a book from 10 years ago, especially in this area in particular is pretty frightening, particularly from a DEI standpoint. And then also wanted to acknowledge and thank the teachers who were piloting and testing out these textbooks to make a good choice here. So my question is, it's a two-parter, but they're related. So one is, and I'm not sure if it will make sense for you to speak on this or not. So if this is not something that you are personally knowledgeable about, then no worries. But I wasn't sure if you could speak to if you've already identified, or if the teachers who were reviewing the textbook have already identified some of the ways in which the textbook is lacking and will need to be supplemented by diversify our narrative books, et cetera, et cetera. I think recognizing that there clearly are going to be holes that need to be filled in this area of learning especially is important, but I was just curious as to whether any of those areas have already been identified. And then also relatedly, I appreciate the acknowledgement that teachers have been in the past and will continue to supplement what they're teaching with these different sources of information, narratives, et cetera. I'm just wondering if there is any sort of like a uniform kind of check-in or guidance or anything that kind of ensures that teachers across grade levels, across school sites with different sorts of backgrounds in this are all able to and encouraged to access the sort of resources that are necessary to make sure that we are filling in those holes, and that we're not just filling them in this person's class or this person's class who happens to have a background in, diversity, equity initiatives, et cetera, but that this is really happening across the board in all of our classes. So we can ensure that all of our students and all of our classes across all of our school sites are getting the same sort of full progressive, diverse curriculum in this area.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments and your question. And so first and foremost, yes, that is the work we will be doing this year. So upon adoption, we will be ordering the curriculum, and once it arrives, our teachers will be working together to review the textbooks, the units, and identifying the gaps. That's exactly the first thing we want to do. And then aligning all of the work that we have, the curriculum mapping that I've already shown you, that part has already taken place. So they already have some ideas in terms of what resources we already have to fill in the gaps. So now they'll have to take a look at the new textbook and take a look at where those would fit in to what they've already put in place, as well as identify new resources. And your second question, yes, the elementary teams at each of the 3 sites work collaboratively very often. So we already have those cross-school planning meetings planned. And we already have structures in place in which we will either release our teachers during the school day with substitutes so they can collaborate together, or they can work after school to collaborate together. But we already have a collaboration plan in place for the 3 schools to work together.
Vice President Duran.
I think so much of what I wanted to say, both Trustee Boyd and Trustee Dana, has really spoken to them. I, like Trustee Dana, and she's going through it even as we speak, the kinds of books she uses. I think there's challenges about if they're appropriate to today's kids and to social justice today. And I worry when we talk about filling in the gaps, because we're coming from a sort of a retro type of approach. I wish, and it's a huge challenge, I think, for any school district and for teachers that are in the middle of this. But I would really like us to continue, both the teachers and our school board, to really look outside the box, really rethink and reframe our curriculum in terms of addressing students today. I think the perspective has really changed, and I once again want to thank, the teachers who have worked on this, and Dr. Shin, you as well, I know there's been a lot of work put into it, but I think the challenge will remain until we begin from a perspective of all our students and their voices. that their voices are heard and turned into a curriculum, as opposed to our trying to fill in our kids' voice, our students' voices into what exists. Because what exists is really the status quo. I mean, that's what textbooks are all about, right? About making money and being accepted by different states. So, you know, the challenge is huge. And I just hope that, once again, not only the teachers and you, Dr. Shin, have to address this, but that the school board continues to raise these issues and sort of be a watch guard that, in fact, what we hope around equity in curriculum really is addressed in the coming year or years here in Albany.
Trustee Davidson.
I hear what you're saying, Trustee Duran, but I just want to go in and look at this. From what I'm seeing, we have to be aligned with what our state approved curriculums. So it sounds to me like this team went into those state approved curriculums so that we are in alignment with what California has said we have to do. And then we know that we're going to build. So I really like this idea. Am I right in that, Dr. Shin? Okay, because what I saw, there's only like 3 state approved curriculums that we could choose from. So I really like this idea that as a board, we say, yes, we understand this is the base. And then we have this ongoing process that it sounds like these teachers are really leading of. How do we enhance that to align with what you're saying, Vice President Duran and Trustee Boyd? But I just hope that we say, okay, yes, this is the best of those options, and then we know that we're going to have to do more work. But I would just be concerned that we go off track here and start saying, let's look for something new, because I think we're a little locked in. But I'm really excited to hear about these other initiatives, and I'm excited to see this in our classrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is one public comment. If I could get the timer. Thank you. Go ahead, Patty.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. I just wanted to say, I'm Miss Patty. I'm a teacher at Cornell, and I wanted to thank all of the teachers and administrators who took their time to really dig into these different curriculums. I'm really excited to start collaborating with my colleagues and to kind of push this textbook further and sort of help my students really dig into social studies and learn more about our fabulous state. But one thing I wanted to thank and appreciate about working in Albany is I love the fact that I work in a district where teacher voices are heard when it comes to adoptions of curriculums, and where I have a school board that's really deeply concerned with making sure that students are getting a complete view of social studies and history. And I'm even more astounded when I think of the high schoolers that pulled together the Diversifier narrative. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you all, and how blessed I feel to be working in this district at this moment right now. So thank you all so much.
Thank you for that. All right, that's our last public comment. It would be nice if we didn't feel like we were also diverging from parts of our country that are taking a different approach to history and social studies. But yes, makes me especially grateful, as with each passing week, that we are on a school board here and not in some other parts of the country. So if there are no other questions or comments, no, this is just review and discussion. Sorry, this will come back to us again as an action item. I don't know if it'll be its own action item or on consent in a future meeting.
If it's okay, we'd like to bring it back on consent.
Great. All right, and maybe some of those online resources could be shared out so that folks can take a look at this as the curriculum develops the additional pieces. All right, so our last item for tonight is the discussion of district goals and objectives for the 2022-23 school year. And I'll hand it to you, Dr. Wells, for that discussion.
Thank you. As in the past, the district goals are the LCAP goals, our local control accountability plan. And the district goals and a local accountability plan are eventually the superintendent annual goals. And so what you would be looking at is the alignment of goals. And so we have some kind of ordered logistic arrangement where we're going to spell it out to the public and the school board, where first you're going to see what our goals were and objectives were last year, what our recommendations were from the board based on a recent board workshop, and then my recommendation for discussion and eventually approval in an immediate future board meeting, I believe September 27th. And so I don't want to get into the background so much, but you can see the 5 goals that was just presented. One is the first is student achievement. The second is the whole child. The third is communication. And the fourth is fiscal stability. And finally, management of construction effectively. And so we're going to pull up the next slide. So as I mentioned before, student achievement, what is that? And so we have a brief definition. And student trustee Allison Dana, I'm going to ask if you can help me out tonight. That would be great. You're great. You have a great projection of your voice. So I appreciate that. So the definition of our goal for student achievement, if you can read that for us, that would be great.
Yep. It's to provide a comprehensive educational experience with expanded opportunities for engagement, assessment, and academic growth.
Yeah, and so that's our definition for our student achievement. And our very specific objectives, as we look at the year 21-22, meaning last year, objective 1.1, I won't read it to you, but you can read to yourself. It's basically to hire, to attract, hire, and train and retain. And you saw some of that in our proposal and exchange with our teachers who are in favor of promoting that. And it's reflected in their agreement around this area. And then objective 1.2 is to implement a system for using local and state assessment data. That's important because everything starts with data. And then objective 1.3 in this area of student achievement, we have implement a plan for closing the achievement gaps, meaning that we ought to be held accountable, providing a quality education experience and improving significant achievement among our lowest performing students, because we want to make sure all really means all. And then finally, objective 1.4 is to oversee the process for responding to the recommendation. Next, you have the recommendation by board members and staff as they came up and brainstormed quite a few. And we might want to narrow that. And I'll let you take a moment to go through that and want to read it to you. And then finally, next you have my staff and I propose goals and objectives for moving forward. And so take a moment to read that. And I know you all did your homework and you read it way before the board meeting, but just for the public consumption, that you can reread it here as well. And so that's for goal 1. And then going on to the goal 2, I just want to get into the definition, and the trustee Allison Dana could just read the definition. Support the whole child.
Yep. We will foster the social and emotional growth of all students, implement an array of strategies to increase student engagement, identify individual social, emotional, and behavioral needs, and apply collaborative, appropriate interventions through a multi-tiered system of support.
And thank you for that. And so the objective last year, you can see the 2, and then the recommended objectives from the board workshop, as you bring it up for 2023, are listed there. And I think take a moment to go through the home and away, systemically teach, adopt it, and we just put it there as it was written. And then as you go to the staff and I proposed objectives for the goal, and you can take a moment to peruse that. And that's really leaving it up here for the public because the board did its homework and already studied and saw all of this. And so now we move to goal number 3, communication. And what's our definition of communication? What does that mean for us? Trustee Allison Dana, would you be so kind?
All stakeholders will collaborate and communicate about decisions that guide the sites and district through effective district communications and responsiveness to the concerns and interests expressed by members of the community.
Okay, and as you can see, these are the goals for 2021-22, last year goals, and we move forward to the most recent recommendation by board at the recent board workshop, and you have it before you. Open, transparent, meaningful, and legally aligned committee. Just presented it as it was presented at the end of the workshop. Number 3.2, strategies to use, tools, and you read the rest. And then 3.3, if you can pull it up, parent liaison for underrepresented groups was pretty consistent. And I thought this was really, really meaningful, but I won't get into it. I'd rather hear the board discussion and grapple with it and from there. But moving to the proposed goals, objective rather, as you can see, this is for the public. The board has already read this and studied it. And then moving on to goal number 4, financial stability. What does that mean? Trustee Allison Dana.
Provide financial stability through the creation and utilization of a strategic process.
And as you can see in the same order, we have the last year objectives there. And then we're going to move up to the board brainstorming and consideration from the recommended at the workshop, our most recent workshop. You can take a moment to read that. And now moving on to staff and I proposal based on the feedback and input. You have engage in the process, and then analyze enrollment trends for fiscal planning. That's a must in order to have a projection of your budget. And then objective 4.3, identify a target goal for long-term financial stabilization. And then finally, 4.4, implement a process through which the board guides the district budget priorities. And you can see that process is evolving now. And then the final goal, goal 5, manage construction effectively. And our definition of that, would you be so kind, finally, our last one, Trustee Allison Dana?
Yep. Ensure that the district's facility projects are overseen effectively and are successfully utilized.
And last year objectives for that one, 2021-22, you can see. And we're going to take a moment for you to look at that, for the public to look at it and read it. And one of the big ones, objective, and under here is to, well, I'm going to talk more about that at the next one. Board workshop recommendation, let's move up. Show them all. And then the superintendent recommendation, staff and superintendent recommendation based on input by board and staff. You have proposed goals and objectives. The objective more specifically, continue to manage all construction projects because we're not done with construction, and continue to transition from construction to effective utilization of our new facilities, 21st century facilities, state of the art. It's important we know how to use them. And then create and execute a plan with a timeline to move district office from Berkeley, yes, district office is residing in Berkeley, back to Albany this school year. And then finally, create a facility utilization plan document, identify locations for district office services, ACC, et cetera, implement an EAP after adopted, and utilization of facilities and future facility planning. So in terms of how we should have some engagement with the board tonight, is that maybe we take one goal at a time and look at the proposed objectives and compare them to the workshop recommendation and see whether or not the board wants to accept the proposal as is or move them around, and then for discussion anyway, and then have it ready for a presentation in the next scheduled board meeting on September 27th. Would that be okay, Madam Chair?
Yep, I think it makes sense to take one at a time, and I think people can move back and forth between the last year's and the workshop so on their own, and so maybe you can keep on the screen the proposed 22-23 objectives. You may have to do a lot of screen moving. Julie, I apologize in advance. All right, so starting with goal 1, just an overall comment. I'll follow up as we finalize the document, but some of these goals aren't exactly worded the same way as our LCAP and previous strategic plans, but so we'll make sure we get the goal titles correct when we finalize these. Okay, so 22-23 proposed objectives for goal 1. Any comments or questions on this one? Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I wanted to make first an overall comment in terms of all of these objectives, that when it comes back to the board, and what is really helpful for me and hopefully for the rest of the board is seeing specifics under each of these. In other words, I would like to see it well articulated about what specifically, which is pretty much what these objectives say, but what's missing is who is responsible to, who's going to be held accountable for these being achieved, how are they going to be achieved, and when are they going to be achieved? Is there going to be a calendar very clearly stated so that the board will be able to look at it and say, oh, this is moving along, and certainly help the staff in terms of where we at in the whole process. So, you know, I would recommend for all of these areas that it's very clearly laid out when it comes back to us. So that's the first thing I'd want to say. And then
Trustee Duran, let me remind you of the process. Once the board approves the goals and objectives, we come back with the how. Once the board does the what, we come back with how we're going to address each of the goals. And I just want to remind you that that comes after the board approves the goals and objectives.
Okay, so all the different components of what, when, how, who will be later. Okay, that sounds great. In terms of the first one, objective 1.1, I would just want to be sure that we correct, instead of the universal design lessons, that we really say universal design for learning, right? UDL is universal design of learning, and that's what it should be and not the lessons. Unless, Superintendent, you meant to put lessons there?
I meant to put lessons, and early on in the design, it vacillated back and forth between learning and lesson. I guess it depends on style, but we can go either way.
Okay. Okay. once again, objective, and I'm going to stop after this one because I don't want to monopolize the whole time. But the objective 1.2, once again, that's really important because we had a very similar objective last year, and we need to be sure that it's really clear so that we, as opposed to last year where I don't think we were successful. I think we definitely want to be really successful this year, and so that it's just simply articulated really well. So I'll stop with that for objective 1.
Trustee Davidson?
Superintendent Wells, could you elaborate a little bit more on sort of the idea behind 1.4? And I'll just preface this with, my understanding was that we had this goal last year and that our response, the system being implemented, was the MTSS and UDL. And that's kind of like we had taken the local and state data and assessed it and decided that the best system to implement was the MTSS and UDL. So I'm wondering, is there further development of systems that you want to work on as a superintendent? And I really want to ask this because I want to make sure that when we do our evaluation of ourselves as a board and of the district, of you as the leader, that we've given you goals that we can achieve and we can show the achievement. So I want to just know if you really have another system that you're thinking about designing and developing, or if maybe this 1.4 is already incorporated in the other one.
I'm going to try to give you an abbreviated version in response. Really quickly, last year, the site leaders and I went through a studying of some research by a top researcher around student achievement by Dr. John Hattie in his book and research about how best to use data to significantly improve student achievement for all, especially our historically disenfranchised students. And so basically it's establishing a process of data protocol and a response to data collectively, and it's called the teacher efficacy, where teachers get together and facilitate a process of looking at data, interpreting it, and responding to it. And therefore, you're responding to each and every kid's needs. And it's a process, which is a new adjusted process that we will be doing as a team to address our lowest performers, our highest performers, and our mid-range performers. So that's a process. And that's what we were thinking as we spelled out objective 1.4.
I would just wonder if maybe we could get a little more specific in the 1.4 objective wording on that, just to, I know you're going to give us more of the how, like you just told us before, but.
Got it. Okay.
It seems broad.
Got it. Okay. More specificity.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. On that objective 1.4, or at least one of the ways that I'm thinking about that, and I'm not sure if this is what you have in mind here, Dr. Wells, but it's a bit more, I guess, perhaps a focus on the using local data. So for instance, when we're looking at, when we have data that says, okay, this is the higher percentage of, all these various groups of students who are not performing as well as we would hope in various ways, really figuring out what, using the information that we do have to try to tailor methods for addressing these issues. So things that we've talked about, like, okay, well, we make tutoring available, but if it's available after school, then perhaps that doesn't work for this and this reason, or, so like actually going more like UDL and MTSS are big systems that are meant to have a great impact on our individual students' lives and ability to take in information. But I'm hoping that some part of that objective 1.4 is kind of taking the numbers that we're used to seeing and breaking them apart a bit to figure out how do we actually impact and decrease those numbers with sort of thinking and brainstorming and troubleshooting and surveying parents and actually understanding what would we need to provide to your student in order to support them in, excelling in math in a way that they haven't before.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Vice President Duran.
I had forgot to mention earlier, excuse me, that definitely as part of, recommendations should be coming from the Student Achievement Committee. So that should be included. I don't know where, but perhaps as part of, I don't know. You decide, Dr. Wells, where that goes.
So on goal 1, and just regarding what I said earlier, so goal 1, according to our LCAP and strategic plan, is formally called assess and increase academic success, not just student achievement. But I do think it's important to call it universal design for learning, because that's what UDL is usually used. I think universal design lessons has a different, it has a different connotation to me. I'm not sure how it differs exactly, but I think when we refer to UDL in our materials, I think it's a good idea to say universal design for learning so people understand what that framework is. I also would like to, I think, seeing a little bit more clarity about 1.4, I think would be helpful also because, we need to be able to look back and understand whether the objective was met. So I think the comments that the other board members have made about what that system is, or what the kind of vision is for how to design it, including using some of that sort of qualitative information that Trustee Boyd talked about, learning from students and families about how best to support them. Because we have had objectives referring to data for a couple of years. And so I think it would be helpful to make clear what in 1.4 is different than what we've done before, so that we can kind of look back and understand what it is. And also to Trustee Davidson's point, to be clear that this is distinct from 1.1. So the system that's being implemented is not MTSS or UDL. It's something else. Otherwise, we've already covered those two in 1.1. So I think that would be some helpful clarification. And just maybe it's not worth trying to reword it, but on 1.2, I do want to make sure that the retention piece is really emphasized, because that was what came out of several of our discussions, was that we've gotten some great presentations about how we're working to do broader searches, and really, we've been able to make some changes that should make it easier for us to recruit from a more diverse pool. But really it's the retention piece that we haven't really grappled with yet as a district. So I think I would prefer to see that an objective that more narrowly focuses on that, just so that we know how to tell whether that happened, and we don't have another year of saying, okay, we did some pieces of this, but we didn't do the retention piece. So those are all my comments on goal 1. And I thought there was, okay. Trustee Davidson.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what you said there. I feel like staying as narrow on these as is possible, so that at the end we can say, yes, we did that, or you did that, and say we can clearly see it. So if last year you really focused on the hiring and training in the hiring, because we heard a lot, like President Hinckley just said, maybe this year it's train and retain. And I would be very comfortable with seeing more of that. I just also wanted to, and I can send this later, in 1.1 we have culturally responsive, is CUR, and I think there needs to be an L in there.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Yeah, just on that last point, I wanted to, I agree about the importance of the training and the retention. And I also liked there being a focus on onboarding, because just that can be a big part of retention. But as much as I do want to focus, I also want to make sure we don't lose the hire, because when we're having trouble with retention, meaning we've lost people, it means we need to hire people to make up for the people who we lost. So I want there to be metrics that are focusable on, so that we know, what has been accomplished, and so that Dr. Wells has, actual tangible, like it's clear, to make sure that the evaluation is clear and fair, but I don't want to lose the hiring piece.
So as we develop, the next, in addition to the superintendent and staff developing action steps, the other piece is that we would be developing metrics for evaluating we're losing our screen here, for how we measure what's happened. So I think we'll make sure that both retention and hiring are captured in there. Any other comments on goal 1? All right, do you mind going down to goal 2, Julie? All right, comments on goal 2 or questions? Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I wanted to ask about objective 2.2, take major steps to increase students' physical safety. Superintendent, are you talking about the whole, if I can use the expression, the whole enchilada here, meaning safety and the task force and recommendations that they make? Are we talking about school playgrounds and making them safer for our students? I know you talk about 5.2 about facilities and reducing environmental impacts, but I sort of wanted to see if a real clarification could be made. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, this came from the board recommendation, I believe, from a couple of weeks ago. And the physical safety, and nothing's off the table, ranging from, how do we keep our kids safe in school and out of school, making sure our playgrounds repairs, asphalt cracks are responded quickly, those kinds of things to help keep our kids physically safe. Appropriate people being on campus and those who shouldn't be on campus, taking further steps to increase the assertiveness around that. And so that would be addressed in our response to the 2.2 and how we would go about doing that, based on ongoing and continual feedback, some of which would come from the safety task force and our safety audit at our schools that we just completed.
Did you have another question, Vice President Duran?
No, I think Superintendent addressed it.
Trustee Davidson.
Thank you. I guess I'm just curious, objective 2.5, is it necessary? And we're just saying we're going to follow state and county guidelines. Is that a goal? I feel like that we already did a board resolution that that's what we're doing. So
we kind of grappled with whether or not we should have it. Are we out the woods yet? Should we not have it? And we thought it would be safe to have it. We can always take it away, but we're not out the woods yet. We're supposed to have maybe a potential surge in the winter, but we don't know. But again, we went back and forth with this.
I guess I see these as the goals, right? Like, what are we doing as our big things that we're putting out, and we have operations under them, but adhering to state and county guidelines. If that's a goal and we don't meet it, then we're not adhering to something that we've already set. I think I personally think that this should just be the operations of the district and not a goal that we have to set. Like, we're going to try and meet this. No, we're doing this. We said this is what we're doing last year in a board resolution. The board unanimously agreed. And I don't think it should be in the district's goals. I think it should just be what we are doing.
What I'm hearing you, just take it out. Yeah, that's easy to do.
I would support that. I mean,
okay, great.
I think from the conversations at the workshop, people felt like it didn't belong.
Okay, we'll take 2.5 out. Thanks for that.
Well, hold on. I don't know. We're not a majority, so if anyone else, if the 3 other members overrule that, that's fine. But there's 2 of us who've said it.
I take the silence as a support. So thank you for that.
I see.
Yeah, we have at least 3.
Thumbs up. Sorry, I don't know if you were done, Trustee Davidson. Okay. I'd like to see, well, I have to say 2.2 kind of threw me a little bit because I do think safety is a big focus that people wanted to see that came out to prioritize physical safety. The way that it's written here makes it sound like there are major safety issues that need to be addressed, which maybe that's something that's coming out of the safety consultation, but I wonder if there's a way to be more specific about what kinds of physical safety you're talking about or what kinds of steps, because the way that it's framed here, it's a little hard to know it's a little hard to know the scope of what that's referring to. Is that referring to, fixing cracks in asphalt? Is that referring to major infrastructure changes to lock down a campus? Is that referring to other types of threats to our students? I would appreciate, I think the plan would benefit from a little bit more specificity there. And because I think people are going to interpret that a lot of different ways. Some people will interpret it as, oh my gosh, there's some major safety issues in our district and we need to take major steps to protect our students. And other people will interpret it a little bit more like you described, that, we want to improve some air quality and make sure our playgrounds are safe. So people come from a lot of different places when they read something like that. I wanted to ask about 2.3, because I think one of the things we've always struggled with this goal is understanding what steps we can take to try to address these sort of emotional needs. I see that you tried to capture the sort of home and school connection, but I'm concerned that 2.3 is pretty vague unless you just focus on that last bit about increasing counseling and mental health resources. And we have done a lot to increase counseling and mental health. So I don't know that that's the exact direction the board was trying to push us in. I think I don't know. I guess I don't quite feel like I can read 2.3 and 2.4 and quite understand what it is we're really focusing on. And I think one of the concerns going into this process was just that we really wanted to not be focusing on 25 different things, but really be able to narrow down on a few initiatives. And I think I would appreciate seeing a little bit more concrete focus on an initiative that we can really measure. And I think 2.4 might have that. I think that sort of revitalizing the social emotional learning, social justice competencies that some of our sites have really been focusing on, maybe that's a district-wide focus that could meet this goal of supporting students' needs. But I think that alone could be a big task. And maybe we don't need 2.3 in addition, since we have a physical needs objective in 2.2, and then we have social emotional in 2.4. And then 2.1, sorry, I'm being very wordy. 2.1 is similar to the objective we had before, and we really had we even struggled to try to come up with a metric to measure how you would know if you achieved 2.1. So is that another area where we either drop it because we don't have a way to measure it, or it's not referring to something specific, or do you think there are some targeted actions that you could include in the objective just so that we understand how to measure that going forward?
Yeah, I think once the board approved the goals and objectives, we're coming back with how we're going to address each of those objectives, which would have lots of specificity. And so, and because student-adult relationship is so important, and although it's a challenge, it's a priority to us. I think we need to keep it. And we can talk about the how, and I think the how would give lots of clarification of how we're going about addressing that issue.
Okay, I mean, I'll just say we've had this objective before and we just never came up with a how or a way to even understand what it was intended to focus on. So I hear what you're saying about putting together the how, but I feel like that one has so much in it that it could mean all kinds of things. There's almost anything you could do that would fall under that umbrella, and we still wouldn't quite know if we'd met that objective. I don't want to monopolize that. I just wanted to offer that input.
Okay.
Trustee Dana.
I have had my hand up 2 times, and both times my questions have been answered right before me. But I'd just like to talk about objective 2.1 in terms of the wording, just because if you were to read the sentence and then have the end of the sentence, okay, I'll read it out and explain what I mean. But reading out the whole thing, it's take measurable targeted actions to increase the number of students who have a positive relationship with staff, peers, feel safe, and have expanded their opportunities for involvement in school. But then if you read it in the 2 chunks, so for example, the 2 halves, it's take measurable targeted actions to increase the number of students who have expanded their opportunities for involvement at school. If we're just taking that part, it feels like a lot of the pressure is on the students to expand their own opportunities. And that's really confusing to me. And I wonder if we could word it better where we're I know we just kind of had this conversation, but it was confusing to me originally. And I just wanted to express that, even though I know that similar opinions have been expressed earlier.
Trustee Davidson.
Every time our student trustees speak, it's oh, that's so helpful and clear. Last time it was brought up, don't ask the parents to come to us, go to them. So that just is in that same vein of, are we asking other people to do it, or is this something that we are doing? I really agree that 2.1 is going to be hard to measure the success on at the end of the year. And I would love to just be able to look at it and see oh, I could already see 3 things that I think Dr. Wells is going to present to us and how he's going to make those happen within the district and how we're going to help put money behind them so that this does happen. I'm not seeing it yet. I'm feeling okay, it's just so broad. I also feel if we went up into sort of what came out specifically from the workshop recommendations for the major steps, I think bringing those into the goal would be really helpful, because when the broader community sees our district goals, they're not going to see those workshop steps. And maybe those are a part of what you're going to present next. But I think if anyone was looking at these 2 separately, they would have that same thing that President Hinckley mentioned of major steps to increase students' physical safety. And I also, it leaves me a little concerned that it's so broad. And then the last thing, I feel we made some large increases in our counseling and mental health resources within the last year coming back from COVID. Do you really think it's feasible that we can financially and like staff-wise further increase our counseling and mental health resources? Or are we maybe needing to, like, considering the home to school connection, reframe our counseling and mental health resources to best suit our student needs? So those would be kind of my questions.
I appreciate that. As I'm grappling with some of this, I think the last 3 years, Objective 2.1 has been almost impossible to demonstrate, although we make an effort there. But as we look at whether or not we met the goal or not, this is one to kind of tough to make that determination. And I like to recommend, after further thought, removing Objective 2.1, and we can reword the other ones. But 2.1, I'm kind of so that we will be okay removing that one, if the board's okay with that.
And just to make sure, the last part of Trustee Davidson's question was for 2.3, you know, are we really planning to increase? If you put in there increasing counseling and mental health resources, that's a clear step that you're recommending, which is, I think, not exactly what came out of some of the other discussions. But
I think I like the word maintain opposed to increasing. She made a wonderful point about the budget and do we have the funds to continue to increase since we already significantly increased. I like to change that to maintain.
Is that a goal though, to maintain? I mean, I just wonder how else we can make that so we're really doing something for the students. But if you think maintaining needs to be a goal, by all means.
We'll play with it. We work it.
Vice President Duran.
And, you know, we have grappled with this goal forever. And I'm wondering if maybe we're missing a whole component of this, which is asking the students themselves how the district needs to support them. What are the different elements that they need, because the students are the one that have always told us on the Kids Healthy Climate report from the state that that they are not happy with a number of things, and there's a list of them, of course, ranging from not having clean bathrooms, right, to not having a lot of engagement or lacking mental health support. So, one of the things I would include is something where we're really listening to the students this year and finding out from them the areas that they think are important in terms of supporting them beyond just the academic success. So I would urge the superintendent to kind of relook at this, supporting the whole child by really focusing on the students and asking the students directly.
Thank you for that. I think the next goal would address that. We will continue with the student voices. That's part of the process. I think you're right on target, Vice President Trustee Duran.
And just the original language from 2.1 came out of the Healthy Kids Survey, which asks specifically about, relationship with staff and peers on campus, whether you feel safe and are involved in school. So the intent of this was to be driven by information we were getting from our students. I think the problem is we haven't translated it into, okay, what do we do about what we're seeing in that survey and the student engagement? And maybe Trustee Dana can talk more about what they're doing to get some of those voices in there.
I don't want to step on Trustee Boyd's toes here because she had her hand raised
I'll just actually say quickly that I think I was pretty much just going to say the same thing. So it'll just be short and then you can give a longer, more student focused, detailed. But I just wanted to say the way I was thinking of 2.1 was the one that was about students and how they are actually benefiting from whatever, like assessing what is, you know, what the current state of things is for our students and how we address whatever it is we find to increase the feelings of safety, the feelings of close relationships, et cetera. So rather than perhaps losing 2.1 entirely, I'm wondering if it can be like in this realm of what we're talking about that's really focused on student voices, understanding in detail what students actually want and responding to that.
Yeah. And then to add on to that, I also had a very similar opinion around 2.1. I really like the fact that we're focusing on student relationships with their teachers and peers. And it's something that affects students on a day-to-day life or in their day-to-day lives. And I want it to be played with, and I want it to be like worked around a little and maybe like worded differently. But like maybe not necessarily completely erased, because there is like good, like it's foundationally like sound. It's just we need kind of metrics and more details on maybe like what our vision is for that, versus kind of just a vague idea. But as for like what to respond to Trustee Duron, I feel like a lot of these objectives here are things that we've seen students replying to in surveys, and they are in response to a lot of things. I know the SAC last year we did a presentation, and granted that was now it's a year old, the survey, but one of the large pillars that a lot of students talked about was mental health and the resources that the district puts into the counseling and all of that whole department. And so I think it is like very much something that students have provided input on and feel very strongly about, especially as you get into the higher grades where mental health is like, or I've noticed tends to be more of an issue, like just kind of surveying students from all the different grades. But I think that like these objectives really do sort of reflect what students need and have shown that they need in surveys. And I like that objective 2.1 might be like more like kind of having a goal around student input, maybe a little bit more. And that can be maybe a metric of some sort. I don't know what you had in mind, Trustee Boyd. But I feel like these objectives do reflect what we have heard. And I feel like if we use 2.1 to sort of get that student engagement front up there, then I think that it's like very, I don't know, it covers a lot of the points that students have been advocating for a while. So
thank you both for that. We're gonna change it with the student voice as a priority and it reflected in 2.1. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry. That was a really long-winded way of saying that.
Not at all. All right. So what I'm hearing on goal 2 is I think there's the physical safety piece that might benefit from some rewording just so it's a little bit more specific. And then the emotional mental health objective, maybe that's 2.3 to maybe be a little bit more specific about whether we're doing something new. And then this social and emotional learning and social justice competencies for 2.4, we dropped 2.5, and then 2.1 is centered on this idea of student belonging and is driven by engagement and information from students. So maybe the objective is to sort of build out a plan using student input for increasing student engagement. Because I think if we finish the year with a comprehensive set of steps to take based on input from our students, then to me that would be a win, right? That would be at least better than where we are now. So that's my recap, which I don't think I could repeat again. So please.
That was an excellent
paying
recap. I
attention.
appreciate
Okay.
it. Excellent.
All right. So let's move on to goal 3. Okay, and goal 3 also, we've been calling it just communication, but it's actually communicating and leading together. So it's not just communication, it's also that collaboration piece. All right, so we have 2 proposed objectives under here. Any questions or comments? And these are actually the same. These are exactly the same as the objectives we had last year. So you're proposing to not change them?
And that's correct.
Trustee Davidson.
I guess it would just be helpful to know, I saw a lot of work done last year on increasing the availability of communications in multiple languages. Is there more that the district can actually do to increase those communications?
Yes, based on our input we got around communication, there's a number of different venues we can add to our communication around this. We've been very limited, but significantly better than we were before, but lots of room for growth.
I guess I was mostly thinking also digitally, and I know on the site basis there is, so that would be really great. And then the last thing, I think we had talked a couple times, so I'm trying to find it, about some sort of a system for internal communication. Is that something that you were thinking could happen?
Yeah, we're looking at concentric circles and how to implement them with Fidelity internally to improve that. And so although we were hit and miss last year, feedback and reflection told us we have room to grow. And so we wanted to stay the course and not come up with another goal. And then we never improve on these.
So you had noted when you presented this, just some of the ideas that came out of the board workshop, things like the parent liaison, parent guardian liaison for underrepresented groups, and some of the other strategies for involving and connecting different families, you know, sort of expanding who we think of as traditionally disenfranchised. So you specifically called those out when you presented this. So does that mean that list will likely end up in your sort of next steps and how they get implemented?
Yeah, here's the what, and then I'll come back with the how. And the how is contingent upon what the board approved, in part with the proposed $5.5 million that we're going to present shortly, or soon rather.
Great. Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
I'll just quickly support what you just said, President Hinckley, and understand, Dr. Wells, that that's intended to be a part of the how, but just want to make sure, really make sure that we don't lose the focus on some of the ideas that came out of the workshop, including the parent guardian liaison, like President Hinckley pointed out, and specific outreach to interdistrict families to make sure that they feel fully included and informed, and just all the groups of people who we haven't been successful at really involving and proactively seeking involvement from in the past.
And in our response to this, once these are approved, you would get from us the process that Vice President Trustee recommended. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was Trustee Davidson, the who, what, wow, how, and perhaps a time frame for accomplishing that. That's where we get more specificity.
Great. So these feel like objectives that we did make a lot of progress on last year, and I think it makes sense to me to keep the objectives the same, knowing that, you have a sort of slate of steps that are different from what we did last year. And I also appreciate that we have already been taking steps to get our committees and site councils more open and public, and doing some other types of collaboration, like the plan for the environmental action plan workshop that I think will give us some opportunities to see how to involve people in different ways. Any other thoughts on goal 3? All right, goal 4, financial stability. So on 4.1, I feel a little bit like maybe these are some of the comments Trustee Davidson made about some earlier objectives, that, you know, a solvent budget for year 1 and 2 years after that is just the state and county requirement. So to me, unless we have a different type of objective, it seems like 4.3 and 4.4 to me capture what I think we need to be doing with the budget, which is to think about what long-term fiscal stability means, and then getting our sort of budget process a little better aligned, continue to improve how that process has been improving. But to me, 4.1 is a little confusing because we're just stating that we're going to comply with the requirement that we balance our budget. And then I would say that we've done 4.2 already. We spent a lot of money to get an enrollment report. I don't know what other, you know, aside from obviously CBO Chem has to create an enrollment projection each year for the budget, but I don't think that that's a separate objective anymore. I think we did that one last year. So it's always nice to be able to cross things off the list, unless there was another project that you thought we would want to put under this umbrella.
Let me try to explain objective 4.1, and I know there's a difference here. And my concern with 4.1 is that many districts don't meet it, and it's huge and it's big. And I think we could take years trying to redefine already defined by both the state and ed code and the county of what we should be doing. And we shouldn't take this for granted that we do that, because a lot of, if not most last year, but a lot of our districts, even in our counties, didn't meet this criteria. And so and it doesn't happen by accident. It happened through strategic planning and intentional efforts. So I say, let's not take 4.1 for granted, because many of folks, even in this wonderful economic recent experience that we had, districts didn't meet this. So this is not something that happens automatically. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes. And I think we ought to have our target and definition consistent with what's spelled out by the state and county. So that's my pitch for 4.1.
So I guess one challenge there is, if you make something an objective that's really a sort of binding rule for the district, it opens up the possibility that, oh, maybe we won't do that this year. And so, you know, I think obviously it takes a lot of work, but there are a lot of things we do every year that take a lot of work that we're not putting down as objectives, because they're just things we have to do in the order of doing business. If we failed to meet objective 4.1, that would be an enormous failure on the part of the board. So it feels a little odd to put something out there. It's like saying that one of our objectives is to comply with our collective bargaining agreement. You know, we wouldn't put that on there because it opens up the possibility that we're entertaining the idea of not doing something that we really have to do. So that's why it always makes me it seems a little odd to have it on there.
Well, if you miss this target, it really collapses your whole district, and all the other goals and objectives are meaningless because you don't have the funds and resources to address them. This is huge.
yeah, that's sort of my point, is that to have it as an optional objective makes it seem optional. I don't know. Trustee Davidson, I could be alone on this, so
You're not.
I'll drop it.
You're not. I support you in this because it's, again, like the COVID things. The job of the board is to oversee that we have a budget that is meeting these criteria. And so if it gets presented to us, then we have to say no. It also, I don't think I feel like some of these are the board's goals and the district's goals and everybody's goals, all of us together. And then you have to work on them. I guess I feel like if we said you don't meet that goal, then that to me would be us looking at, we can't keep this person leading our district. And I don't know if I want to start that situation of this is like a top expectation. This one does not sit well. I think a goal should be something that we're working towards, not, like you said, what we have to do.
Well, I think we're taking it for granted because we did so well over the years. And I think when you look at, and I think that's why it's important to pay attention to your neighbors and surrounding districts, so many of them have not met this goal. I think it would be a mistake not to have this as a target. And I just leave it alone from there, but it'd be the board's final decision on that.
Vice President Duran.
I was just going to add my a third vote to having it as to eliminate that objective, because I think superintendent, maybe the word, whether it's you heard it or not, is it's required. It's a requirement from the state. And once again, I really do hate to be comparing Albany to other districts. I think in and of itself, we have a sense of pride and we want to always do things right and not just, other districts don't do it. Therefore, if we do it or if we don't do it, it's not, we're just like other districts. And I don't think that's where we want to be. And certainly that's a key one in terms of having to be on target financially, as President Hinckley has talked about, in order to support all the services that are provided. So I just support the idea that it's a requirement and not an objective that we're working towards.
There are three consensus there. So objective 4.1 is now removed. It's removed. Okay, so we remove objective 4.1.
And then just to, lighten everybody's workload, I don't think we're doing anything else on 4.2. So if you
take it off, okay.
Yeah. That was a really great effort last year. I thought it was really informative and
thank you for that one. Thank you for removing that one. That one I'm happy about.
All right. Maybe, the demographics will shift and we'll need a new enrollment analysis, but I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I'm wondering, especially with the removal of those first two, if it might make sense to incorporate either or both of 4.1 and 4.2 from the board workshop recommended objectives. I think, like, when I think about what I would personally appreciate sort of seeing as goals on which we can improve in the budget space, one of them is definitely making the whole process as transparent as possible. I mean, frankly, I'll be like the sometimes dumb board member, as transparent as possible for board members, as well as transparent as possible for members of the community, where it is clear to understand the connection between the goals and objectives and values of the district, and how that works through to the board, having the sort of workshops that we had where it was very clear to see, this is music and art in school, and this is the amount of money that's spent on that. So I think if we're talking about like our goals going forward, as far as what we would like to see in this space, in addition to what we have as, 4.3 and 4.4 right now, I would be one person appreciating some sort of a transparency and, something that's captured in the 4.1. And then also, I don't know how others feel, but I'll just throw out there, we clearly have expressed the importance of making sure that the pool
We're losing your audio a little bit. Uh-oh.
Is something that we're very clear on, and ACL last year, and oh shoot.
Yeah, we lost you for a sec there.
My internet
and then
connection
you
was
sped up.
unstable. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, just saying the 4.1 and 4.2 from the board workshop, it'd be cool to incorporate some of that in the actual goals, especially since we're losing the 4.1 and 4.2 we previously had.
I like that on second thought. It's crystal clear. If
And
the
I think
board
that,
doesn't object, yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we made some progress on 4.1 last year and I think what Trustee Boyd's referring to is some of the information that we were given about specific areas of the budget was really helpful. So I think building on that work so that we continue to make that process easier for people to access, both the board members and the public, the handful of people that persist in showing up and trying to understand our budget. And for example, the student, what is it called, Trustee Dana? The ASB. No, the ASB funds that we never quite figured out.
Yep.
The confusing structures of some of the funding that we have. So I think building on that, yeah, if those could be added in, it'd be great. All right, goal 5. And one note just from the workshop, at least in my group, goal 5 now is called managing construction effectively. We're obviously in the process of transitioning out of a nonstop construction phase. So my group was proposing that this goal really should be, managing facilities and construction. So I think we'll need to rename the goal to capture our new reality. Any comments on these proposed objectives for goal 5? Oops. Yeah, Vice President Duran.
One thing that I don't see as part of the proposed objectives has to do with the EAP plan. I'm sorry, excuse me. That a lot of community members have worked on for now a period of time, and I think it would be really important to move on some of those. Specifically with respect to objective 5.2. So when we talk about, reducing environmental impacts, and as you had said, President Hinckley, about we are now moving away from the construction part to really looking at our facilities and how effective they are. Certainly the EAP plan that I've actually seen a draft of really speaks to so many environmental impact areas. So I would like to see an objective that sort of focuses around the EAP plan, as well as including the resources. For example, an environmental consultant that could work to accomplish those. I mean, that's getting maybe into the nitty gritty of how you accomplish the objective, but I just wanted to state it for the record.
Trustee Dana.
I just wanted to quickly, I think this might be like this might have to do with the facilities utilization plan and document. But I know that there was a lot of student feedback about bathrooms, and I know we've talked about that a lot and like the efforts being done. but in just in general, is there a way that we could sort of like have like maybe wrap it into that objective, just like feedback and how we're gonna like mitigate complaints like that, or like I don't know what I'm trying to say, but that was definitely an issue, and I don't want that to like be a focus again, or like I kind of want all those issues to be solved and like have students be able to communicate those and get those. For example, I don't know, something I can think of right now is like I'll walk into the second floor bathroom of the high school and there's like a water faucet that like doesn't, like just those sorts of like minor little things. Like if there's a way that we could incorporate that into our goals of like just fixing the minor little issues that we might have around our school sites, like water fountains, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I was wondering if some of that is going to come back to us under the goal 2, where we talked about
2.1.
Yeah, well, we kind of reconfigured 2.1, but yeah, maybe putting it in both places will help it.
Okay, that might
move forward. But yeah,
clarity. I was like, because I associate that with facilities, and like this, associate this with facilities because we were thinking like facilities and construction. So my bad, but yeah,
no, not at all. I think it's in the long term. I think now that this is more like a facilities goal rather than construction, that this is exactly where it would belong.
And I think student voices is universal. The TREAD goes through all 5 goals and all the objectives.
Yeah, I guess I meant like the smaller, more minor, like it doesn't necessarily have to come from a student, like just like the, like, we've had stuff around like water fountains and that sort of stuff. So just like more versus like the big projects and the big plans and stuff, if we could like have a focus on like the smaller little things that people see. I don't I don't know how else to word that. It's after 9, so
yeah, I think it would be interesting to have staff try to come up with an objective that's sort of about, what's our system for keeping our facilities kind of as good as they can be? Because I think sometimes it can be very vague to just say, fix the bathrooms. There's a certain amount of, it's like, what's our standard for our facilities? What is it about things only take a certain amount of time to get fixed, or we have a certain amount of cleanliness that we expect that's reasonable, because we all know that there's only so much we can do on some of these areas. But I think having a process to even just set some goals for how we tell whether our facilities are living up to our expectations would be helpful. And then that would help maybe students understand, here's when I report something, or here's how I can tell if something hasn't been fixed within the right time frame, or something like that.
That would be super helpful. Yeah.
Trustee Davidson, I think sorry if I don't call on everyone in the right order, but
it's okay if someone was before me. Go ahead. Okay. I was going to say exactly the same thing. Focus on spaces that kids interface with daily. I love some of these big ideas, but really it's the basics of the day-to-day for kids on our site, for students on our sites. And it really, we brought that up a couple of times, and I'm not seeing anything in here. I love the idea this one seems big again, create and execute a plan. So you're saying within this next year, you're going to have the AUSD offices back in Albany. I think that's great. I personally have been kind of watching what's happened where we have a building on Solano that there's a lot of money and infrastructure going into, and kids aren't going to use that. And yet, our middle school bathrooms are like that. You can't really close the door on the ADA stall, or our drinking fountains don't work, or things just are not up to that level. So I think personally, it's more critical to me to see us focus on the areas that our students are in every day. I mean, I know that we had a toilet at one of the elementary sites, and because we had an audit there, it got fixed, but it's been broken for a long time. So I would really love us to make a goal that was about this, like, how do we put them at a level, and what do we need to do to keep our spaces at that level?
Trustee Boyd.
Okay, so real quick, because it's basically just the same thing. I super support what Trustee Davidson and Trustee Dana just said. Damn it, unstable. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I just like cursed in the open session.
Yes.
I apologize.
Okay. It was a casual curse. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm under the weather. Okay. Wow. Apologies. I treat this position with respect. Apologies. Okay, so wow, totally just lost my train because I feel so badly. Okay, so yes, I was just saying what Trustee Davidson and Trustee Dana said, and I wanted to very much support Trustee Dana and get on the bandwagon of sometimes the student trustees just like say the thing that is totally the thing, because I appreciate it being about these areas where students are actually directly impacted, and also having a system for feedback, and that feels tangible and quantifiable to me. Like, you institute a system that is checked on regularly and responded to. Like, I think that's an important piece of it too.
Great. Trustee Vice President Duran.
I think I neglected, I know I neglected to really ask the superintendent about objective 5.2 in terms of regarding reducing the environmental impacts. Could you talk a little bit about that in terms of what your vision is for what those environmental impacts are? And
I don't think it's my vision, it's our vision based on our commitment to commit to some criteria that was spelled out by the board, and also to consider an EAP recommendation after the board eventually adopts it. And so it's somewhat fluid, but it's environmentally friendly is the overall commitment.
Okay, so it'll be expanded on in terms of the actual what you're going to do and how you're going to measure it. Okay, thank you.
I'm a little confused about the relationship between 5.2 and 5.4. I think 5.4, the first part, is what the board's been asking for in terms of a facilities utilization plan that would include locations for the district office, how we're going to utilize all this space next year once all our elementary sites are reopening. I would leave that as a standalone, and not including that last sentence. I think the EAP needs to be a separate objective. Those two things are not related. 5.4 is really about how we're using our space and giving the board that opportunity to look at, when we're letting external users use things, or maybe making some decisions about how much space we're giving to different programs at the sites and so forth. So then there's the question of what to do with the EAP. It kind of is implied in 5.2 in terms of environmental impacts. I think really it's, implementing the EAP is itself a big objective. Well, I mean, you couldn't implement the whole thing in 1 year. It's like a decades-long project, but
right.
But maybe the objective is to build a set of priorities and start tackling them. And I think part of what Vice President Duran is getting at is there are many different environmental impacts that are implied in EAP. There's traffic impacts, there's energy usage, there's mitigating some of the impacts on our students of climate change, like excessive heat and air quality. So there's a lot of different possibilities there. So I think I would maybe make 5.2 about the environmental impacts and EAP, and give yourself like one objective that just does that. Because I think that's a really big objective, is even to, once you read that plan, you'll see how big it is. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
And then the only other thing maybe this is more for the conversation about what actually gets prioritized out of these objectives, but I really do think the conversations that we've had about the green schoolyards are now that we're kind of done with the building construction, I think to me I've heard a lot of urgency, and I sort of feel some urgency about the whole issues of shade and heat mitigation, and how are we going to give our kids places to eat and do PE where they're not going to, when we have some of these heat waves. And I think especially because creating shade in the form of trees and so forth takes time. So I think there's some urgency to having that appear somewhere. And maybe that's just a piece that you build into the EAP objective and it doesn't need to be spelled out here, but like the whole, the little facilities issues, I want to make sure that also ends up in the plan for the year somewhere.
Mm-hmm. You got me thinking. Something both you and Trustee Davison said. I don't think we have to wait to grow trees or bring in trees. I think it'd be a twofold approach. One is to grow trees, and the other is to have immediately some shaded area because it's a health and safety concern. And we're working on that, but to have that as an objective immediately could be very useful. It's just my thinking, because the shade, what we learned during the heat wave, is essential and a must. And we can't wait for years. It has to be a two-pronged approach. One, we bring in shaded items, and two, we also grow shaded items. So let me think about that and bring it back, because I think that is a worthwhile goal as we talk about what's good for kids day to day immediately. So thank you guys for that one. You got me thinking, especially after last week's experience. Did I miss quote?
No.
Miss Davison? Okay.
I don't know. I'll let her answer. Go ahead.
I just want to support that. To me, that's really a goal. That's going above and beyond what's expected to just operate school sites and setting an example for our district of we're going above and beyond. My goal is to go above and beyond. So I really support measures like that and shade.
Any other comments on goal 5? All right, I'm going to open the public comment now. I thank you guys for hanging in there. Great, thank you. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I'm not sure which category it falls into, 1, 2, 3, or 5, but I was just going to mainly talk about the swimming pool. I think the swimming pool does offer a lot toward everything. Mental health, water is very relaxing. Water is very calming. And, it may cost some money, but I think it's worth it, because you never know. We may have an Olympian athlete that's a swimmer that goes to the Olympics. I mean, I know just last year we had an Albany high schooler that competed in the Olympics for ice skating, right? So we're talking about the whole student. And I think the swimming pool offers a great thing. We can have students learn lifeguarding skills. There could be student lifeguards, learn CPR, first aid, AED. And we could even have high school students be CPR certified and AED certified. I think the swimming pool does offer a lot of great benefits. I mean, just all sports. We've had plenty of baseball players, make professional teams, the Oakland A's, the Phillies. So we're talking about the whole student. And I know education is primarily the one, but also we have athletes, and you never know. We may have an athlete that's a professional swimmer and competes in the Olympics and might, break Michael Phelps records or something. And so the water is very calming and very soothing, and it does offer some mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Lou.
Hi, this is Mary Lou's mom. I'm Celine Wallace, environmental activist and mother of a sixth grader and third grader. I wanted to come back to the excessive heat measures that I think the schools could implement. I actually wanted to recommend, if it's not going to be included in this objectives and goals document, that the board introduce a resolution regarding extreme heat, which is excessive heat, which is above 90 degrees, with short-term solutions, medium-term solutions, and long-term solutions. In the short term, I would suggest installing misting stations, adding water refilling stations in shaded locations, keeping students to air-conditioned rooms, cutting recess short, moving athletic practices to morning hours and canceling games, decreasing physical activity, taking frequent water breaks. In medium term, as mentioned, I would recommend until the trees grow mature, providing portable seasonal shade. And I think it's important that we can remove it in the winter, just like natural trees would lose their leaves in the winter. And in the long term, removing asphalt and greening the space with a minimum 30% tree coverage in the areas used by children during the day, as recommended by the California Schoolyard Forest System Initiative. I also want to point out that we've taken several measures on our play yards during heat waves, and the grass has performed beautifully. It was 87 degrees in full sun, while the plastic turf marked 146 degrees.
Thank you. All right. Boy, this is the last time I have to do Zoom public comment. Really looking, or no, it's not the last time. You will still be able to Zoom your public comment, but maybe I won't have to be dealing with my computer to manage it. All right, thank you both for your public comments. And I think we are done with our feedback on this. So in terms of process, this will come back to us in maybe 2 weeks and as an action item. And I think at that point, just bringing forward the actual proposals, because we've got this, we already have this. So a clean document with the proposals based on this feedback will be great. And then we can move forward for the year. Any other comments on this process? Okay. And I think that's, oops, and then I've lost my agenda for the rest of the meeting. That is all of our items. So now I will take upcoming agenda items for the year. Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I wanted to see if this year we could look at the IDT, the interdistrict transfer policy that the district has. I think some of our parents, from my understanding, IDT parents have not felt quite welcome in the district in terms of on an ongoing basis, because every year they have to re-sign the agreements. And I'm not quite sure that was what the board 3 years ago, 4 years ago had discussed. So I just would like the board to revisit that policy.
Got it. So one piece of follow-up from a previous board member's suggestion was to get some clarity on what the different processes are for a few different things, the enrollment, the IDT application, and then the childcare applications. So maybe we can start by getting an update from staff on what the policy says and then what we require for our families, and then go from there and see if this is a policy issue or an implementation issue, or you know, in terms of how to proceed. Any other future agenda items? All right. Thanks, everybody. We're only 20 minutes over. Thank you for a great discussion about our goals and objectives, and hope everyone has a great rest of the week. See you at our next regular board meeting, September 27th. Bye.